Hello. Welcome, gamers. It is in fact Friday, and specifically it's July 4th. As you can see right here on the bottom, it's literally July 4th. Everyone knows July 4th, the day that is America. It's America Day. I didn't even say, American Independence Day. I've said many times, no one ever even calls it Independence Day. Everyone just assumes that everyone in other countries knows that the 4th of July is a holiday in the US. Anyway, today's image, it's me. I got a sparkler. Look at this, we got so many details. There's like stars, there's like an explosion. That's crazy. It's crazy. Anyway, welcome Namai, welcome Stream Elements, welcome Defins, Lastabaka, Koku, Edwardbra, and Hamplo, and Stanley, and Defins, and Votato, and Zoe. I wanted to fire a Sparkler. How's Sparkler gonna get a job now? Am I right, guys? So true. Anyway, yes, this is going to be another game development stream. And it is in fact an hour earlier than I normally stream because I did not have work today. Now I could have, instead of streaming, I could have watched more of Northern Lion. He's playing Uma Musume right now. I could have, but instead I will be streaming. So just so you know, I'm missing out on Uma Musume content as we speak. But that's fine. It's actually totally fine. Welcome, Diego. Yeah, he's really into it. Part of it makes me want to like actually play the game, but I'm thinking about it. I'm like, I don't actually want to. I don't actually want to get into another gacha game, but it is, if there was one gacha game that I would possibly get into, it's probably that one. Because many people have been playing it, and I've been tuning in, and it seems to be a good time. There's also the social aspect. There have been many people tweeting about it. Many people sharing stories about their favorite Uma Musume. There's a lot of stuff. He hates Northern Lion. I can't believe I'm not even subbed to him anymore. My subscription expired and I was like, I'm gonna renew it at some point. I didn't actually get around to it, but maybe someday. Someday, surely. Welcome Orfish as well. If they made onigiri with horse meat, would that be Uma Musubi? Not specifically. I think musubi is like a very specific type of thing, which is distinct from onigiri, but I understand what you're going for. I just think like comparatively, you could say if they made a musubi, that's musubi. You're thinking of like spam musubi, but with horse meat instead. I don't know if this qualifies as sushi though. Also, welcome Slime Molder. Is musubi sushi? I don't think it is. Also, welcome Classic Carabel. See, I don't think it's the same. Technically, okay, no, you said, okay, it's closer to onigiri than sushi. But they didn't say that it is onigiri or sushi. When you say tweeting about it, do you mean Blue Sky or actual Twitter? Actual Twitter. And you may be like, actually streamer. Twitter doesn't, it's X now. It's actually, they're posting, they're not tweeting. No, it's actual twitter.com, the website that I use. Because I don't actually follow anyone on Blue Sky. The only thing I do on Blue Sky is I post that I'm going live and also my schedule. And then I just don't check it. Anyway, okay, so we're doing some more game development. Now, if you remember last time I streamed this, the status was that we had, I tried implementing rope physics. There was like a rope physics library that I added, and I tried to get it to work, but it didn't really work so well. I don't know if it's the best use case for this, but since then I have removed it and I have instead added some custom logic. It draws a line. It uses line 2D, not to be confused with live 2D, line 2D. It uses a curve and then it interpolates the value. I will show you very soon. Lobsters are closer to spiders than ants, but it doesn't mean they're either. Yeah, lobsters, they're like the isopods, right? They're similar to isopods. Welcome, Panis. Okay, let me show you. You're like, whoa, what the? It looks so cool. Check this out. Whoa, do you see that? Look at that. That's crazy. And also, look, the idle animation, the line moves alongside the idle animation. You'll note that the point at which it connects to the fishing rod is actually moving. And you're like, what the? How do you do that? It's crazy. So this is not using physics anymore. What it's doing is it's drawing a curve. So it'll instead of drawing a straight curve from here to there, we use a Bezier curve. And so we have 2 points, one here, and then we have like a thing that drags it down slightly. But you'll notice the drag down depends on the difference between this position and this position. So then if you note how it goes up, it curves upward. You see that? It curves upward when it's above, and then when it goes below, it goes down. And then when it's exactly equal, it goes horizontal. Look at that. Welcome. Did I welcome Koku? Were you here at the beginning? No, yeah, you were here. Welcome Manny as well. The evil Manny. Idle animation? No, that's a different thing. But yeah, this works. And then as far as what I'm gonna work on today, we could have it so at the moment it doesn't matter how long you hold down, it always goes this distance. I was thinking I could update it so that, you know, we could have a little indicator. You know, it'll have like a dashed line. It'll say if you hold it down this long, it'll land over here, otherwise it goes over there. If you hold it down to maximum, it'll go like over here. A lot of things. Fake physics, it is real physics though. Well, okay, not real. The projectile motion of the bobber is actual physics, but the line itself is not. And I will show you specifically how it works. So we have, let's look at the script. So in the script, when you're casting, once you let go and you enter the fishing state, okay, we have it set up so that we have a bobber spawn point. This is a marker 2D, it's right here. And you'll be like, wait, but how does it, when you're idle, how does it move up and down? Before I was using an animated sprite 2D. You'll notice now it's not animated at all. Instead we have an animation player. And then the interesting thing about this is that the animation player in Godot allows you to animate not just the sprite, but also other things that are in your scene. So then if you look at this, we have the fishing animation, and then we zoom in here. So we have the frame, you know, the frame changes, but then you'll notice the position of the bobber spawn point also changes. I've manually added these keyframes in here so that once you enter this frame, you'll notice it even moves smoothly. It doesn't really get picked up in the actual game because we're rendering pixel perfect, but it's there and then it goes down, and then once you go back up, it goes back up. And then I use the bobber spawn point. This is the one that is used in the script. Animation player, one of the godot nodes. So okay, then we have a fishing line, which is a custom thing that I wrote. Fishing line just has a bunch of points on it. You'll take a look at the fishing line script. It extends line 2D, so it draws a line. You tell it the points on the line that you want to draw, and then we have you can have a number of points. Like if I set this to just 1, you'll note that actually it doesn't work. That's not gonna work. It's probably gonna crash. No, maybe not. I don't know. Point count 2. What if it was 2? What if I saved this and it was 2? I thought that oh no, wait a second. What am I even using point count? Oh no, that's for the line. Actually, I'm kind of confused as why that still works. I would have thought that lowering this thing would cause it to not work. But I guess I was wrong. Point count equals point count. Oh, because I'm not even using it for the right thing. This should be for the baked point. Okay, so it actually ends up what I have here does not matter. This doesn't work the way I thought it would. But anyway, disregard that. It still works. We add 2 points, initialize them to 0 at the beginning because it doesn't matter. But then once you're actually processing them, you take 2 different nodes. You have a start point and an end point. And you'll notice here if I go to the player and I click on the fishing line, on the right side here we have start point and end point. Start point is the bobber spawn point, and this is the thing that gets moved when we have an animation. And then the end point is the actual bobber. This thing is right here for now, but then we adjust the position once it's spawned. Right, and then we have a curve. The curve has several things you can control. You have the start point and the end point, and then you have the there's like the in and out position, something like that. If I explain how this works, Bezier curve. Right, the way that this works is that you give it a start and end point, and then you give it like these points. I think this is like the out point and this is like the in point. Basically all I'm doing is I'm setting it so that if the end point is above the start point, we have this out point be above so that it curves up. If this point is actually below, we have this point below so it actually curves down. So that's how we have the movement. Do I test stuff like in like unit tests? In Godot? No, I don't. But you could if you wanted to. I do in my day job. I do write tests in my day job, but this kind of stuff, I feel like it's not that necessary. Especially because a lot of it is just visual stuff and I'm like constantly changing things. It's not h cos x. Yeah, because I don't know. It's math. It simply is math. But then, okay, so we have the curves. We set the position, and then, okay, so this is the logic. I also want to adjust this based on tension, because if you're reeling in, we should not have like a curved line, because as you're reeling in, it should be a straight line. Now you'll notice if I update this here in real time, if I just, for example, comment this stuff out, I don't know how to do this in Godot. Is there, what if I just did that? And then wait. How do people comment this? Okay, what if I just multiplied by 1? You'll notice if I set this to exactly 1, then it's a straight line because we're not adjusting the curve points at all. And then if we give it more, right, we'll have out point y multiplied by like 1,000, right? If it's 1,000, well, it goes all the way down there. It doesn't make sense. But then you could set it to whatever you want. So I'm thinking that if you're reeling in, if there's a fish that you're trying to reel in, you can set this to 1. And then it'll be, you know, the tension is right there. For now I have it at 50. And then if the point is above, right, if this thing is actually above here, then we have a lower multiplier. And I set this specifically because I noticed if I use 50 for this one, it's a bit too it looks like it goes up a bit too high, right? Like it shouldn't be that high. So then I make it a little bit less. So instead of 50, it's like 20. And it looks a bit more reasonable. Anyway, there's various things to adjust. Some sort of middle of the line bobber or weight. Yeah, there's just like a thing in the middle here. But then, you know, you could add more points if you want. And then, okay, so once we have the curve, Then there's a thing called get baked points. And what this will be is like, it'll take the curve that's defined by these 2 points, and then it'll like get the actual points. It'll sort of like sample like, okay, at this position it'll be at like y equals 1, at this position is y equals 2 or whatever. And then we just add it to the point in the line 2D, and then it just draws it. It's that simple. But I don't actually know how to set the curve point count. That is where you set it. But yeah, we have something that kind of works. One thing that I would also like to change is that at the moment you can go directly from fishing to walking. I would like to make it so that once you've cast it, you have to bring the lure back before you can move, because it looks a bit strange that you can just do this. Yeah, baked. Bro, he is baked. The curve or whatever. What's it called? Baked points. You gotta fish before you can run. Exactly. You gotta reel in. Because that is exactly how it is. But yeah, several things we can work on. I should probably write like a to-do list of things I want to work on. Maybe I'll make that right now. Fishing game. I don't know what to call this. I'm just gonna call it Godot fishing game. And then list of things to do. So we have change it so that you must reel in before moving. And then we have we want to have an actual reeling in animation. And then we want to also have a yes, when reeling in, tension of line, adjust the angle. Right, and then what? What else did I have that I said I was gonna do? A lot of things out there. I don't know. Obviously, we're gonna have art, you know, background, art for background, maybe some fish. At the moment, everything's on the same level. Oh, also, okay, we can also add water, physics, and reflections. Specifically, what I'm talking about for water physics is that if the rod lands in the water, there should be like a ripple effect, right? It'll go out. Oh yeah, I wanted to add the when casting, show an indicator for where the bobber will land. And then I also want to add an actual hook, right? Because we only have a bobber at the moment, we don't have a hook. Add actual hook. I think another thing that I could do is that at the moment, the bobber is built into the animation here. Actually, let me open up Sprite. Where's Steam? How do I learn this stuff? YouTube tutorials? I just look up things that I want to make. To figure out how to make this thing, I watched a YouTube video. The YouTube video did not actually use this thing. They instead like simulated parabolic movement, and then they like iterated through the points and then calculated. I figured that I could, instead of doing that, I could just use the built-in curve, which I ended up doing. But it gave me a sense of like, okay, we can use a curve for this. This stuff was not based on anything that I've seen online. Well, you have different lures and stuff, we're not sure. I am not yet sure. I don't really even know what kind of game this is going to be. Like, I originally had this so that the idea was just this will be like a starting soon screen animation, right? Maybe like people start chatting and then fish start spawning. And then this stuff moves on its own. But I'm like, I like the interactivity, right? You can move around, you can cast things. I could make both. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. But if I were to make this an actual game, like, I don't know what would be involved. It could be like an idle game, not like idle as in like Uma Musume or like Love Live, but like maybe like you cast things, you catch some. This could be like Cookie Clicker. Maybe you fish for some things, You get the fish, you sell the fish, you get better money. You can use that money to spend things to increase the rate of catching fish, maybe. Maybe you get better better bait, better fishing rod. It could have like a web fishing, like fishing mini game. I don't know. You could have a pick cross mini game, maybe. He's casting. Invented here, made in America. So true. Be awesome to have a whole fishing game. Making all the fish would be a ton of work. Yeah, but like, it could be cool, maybe. I think one downside of doing this not with like a physics rope though is that it won't really work if I have like platforms, right? So like, if I had a platform that was like here and then it went down here and then the water was actually down here, the line would actually go like on, it would go like through the land, which obviously doesn't make sense. We would ideally have it go like, you know, here and then it hits the land and then it goes down. It might be a bit complicated, but I did try using the rope simulator physics and I could not get it to look good. I don't know if maybe I just didn't understand physics or whatever, or how to configure it, but it would always like go directly down and then to the right. You would see it get cast, right? It would land over here and then the rope would like sag down. And surely there is probably some way to do it that makes more sense, but it was also very finicky. A lot of time it would just like glitch out. Sometimes, you know, when you cast it, it would like go over here for like a millisecond and then it would go where it needs to go. So like this works for now, until I actually decide what kind of game I want to make. Maybe this is fine. But yeah, I think the thing I'll work on right now is maybe the casting like animation. I did see a tutorial that described it in a way that made a lot of sense. Basically, all you gotta do is you gotta have a second physics object, you iterate through it every frame, and then calculate where it's gonna land. And then you take those positions and you draw a line with it. You could also make it a dotted line. Let's take a look. Can I find that video? Godot. It wasn't fishing. It was Godot projectile path line or something. Was it this one? I think it was this one. No. Okay, let me turn off my VPN. Classic YouTube. They hate the VPN I'm using. Here's my IP address, by the way. Make sure you write that down. Okay, now we reload. I believe this is the video. No, it's not. Okay, this. I could make something like this. As you change the angle, you'll have a path that shows you where it's going to go. And I think that would be cool. So I'm going to work on that right now. Okay, so how do they do it? They simply, what they do, they have a projectile. They got the Godot mascot anime. Kinematic body. What are they doing here? You got a projectile. Physics process, velocity, bounce. Okay, I don't need bounce. We're not bouncing here. You can bounce it off walls. Actually, yes, you could bounce. That is true. I could add some bounce. I need to have like different things for land and water for that though, because like if it lands in water, it should not bounce. It should bounce like a little bit, and then it should be fine. Okay, so they're updating trajectory. It extends line 2D, clearing the points. Okay, and then all you're doing is, I guess you are... What are you doing? You're adding velocity and position. You add a point to it, and then it goes, okay. And then what? And then they add bounce to it. They shrimply add the bounce. Hold on. So at the moment, the bobber is implemented as a custom, whatchamacallit, a character body 2D, but it's not really doing anything like special. I think I could probably just change it into, wait, am I using this line? This line 2D isn't even used for anything. Alright, let me delete this one, make sure that it doesn't actually break anything. Okay, that's fine. That line 2D was not being used. So I think I could change this to just be like, let's see, change type. What is the physics body for this? Got no 2D. Welcome, Lunatic Lurker. If you figure that out, you could even add rubber walls to bounce the bobber off. So true, so true. Physics body 2D. Where is it? Does anyone remember? Where was it? Didn't they have, oh, collision object, physics body, where is it? Physics, physical bone, no, rigid body, is that what it is? A rigid body? Physics body, why? I don't like how it doesn't show like partial matches. If I want to search physics body, like, shouldn't it be here? Wasn't it supposed to be, is it like a child of some other thing? Collision object, oh, it's a here, okay. Static body, rigid body. What is this one? Body that can't be moved by external forces. 2D physics body that is moved by physics simulation. I think that's what I want. And then if I simply detach the script, how do we then apply, do we apply an impulse to, is that what it is? Hold on, let me look it up. Godot, what is this node called? Rigid body 2D. Alright. How is this used? Implements full 2D physics. Cannot be controlled directly. You must apply forces to it, and the physics simulation will calculate the movement, rotation, react to collisions. Behavior can be adjusted via lock, rotation, freeze, and freeze mode. You can change the mass. Okay, maybe this is a bit too advanced. Did I even need something this complicated? Welcome, Nutritious. How do I apply, okay, add constant force. Adds a constant position force to the body that keeps being applied over time until cleared. I just want to apply an impulse. How do I apply an impulse? Apply impulse. Okay, I think that's what I want. Okay, we go to the player script. Go to player.gd, and then bobber, instead of being a bobber, it is a rigid body 2D. And then we go to player state, and then bobber. Oh, can we even set the position? Can we set the position to be somewhere? Add constant force. Is this even possible? Godot teleport rigid body 2D. Actually, I guess we don't need to teleport it. If we make it so that the thing has to be reeled in, then it will always either be here, or as you're reeling in. There will never be a case where we need to teleport it. Welcome, what's a butts? Hope you're having a good Friday. Get transform. Transform equals position. There is no proper way. Set physics process to false. Wait for a small delay and then set global position. Then wait again. Alright, you know, whatever. I don't need to do this now. Let's undo this. I can figure this out some other time. I don't think this is totally necessary. So we go back to, wait, is it necessary though? If I want to simulate the motion of the thing, I think a rigid body would be overkill. Okay, so let's undo that. Also, I recently realized that it actually has a history like tree over here. I've just been pressing Control Z until I get to where I need to be, but you can just click. It tells you what you actually changed. So that's pretty nice. I have broken something. It appears that something is broken. Oh, because I didn't change this. Okay. You set that back to bobber. Okay, so it still works. Good. Okay, so now we actually go and implement what is in the video. This video right here. We want to have another thing that is bobber trajectory. Right, we're gonna have a... Also, no, before I do that, we need to make it so that holding down the button changes how far it goes. I think that is important to have. Okay, so we go to player state. And at the moment, once you enter the fishing state, it plays the animation. So I have it at the moment so that if you enter a state, you can pass in data, and maybe this data will be the power that you've accumulated. This will be like how long you've held down the button for. So we have the casting state here. We have var power. It's going to be, maybe not power, it'll be time held float. Okay, and then the casting state. Actually, do we even need this? So if you initialize it, you're in the start state, and then you're in the hold state. Okay, this one, we will keep track of how long it's been held. So let's see, here we have const held duration. It's a float, it equals 0. And then when you enter the state, previous state, so state ID, data, it will accept no data, it will return void. Alright, so in this one, you set the held duration to 0. Welcome props not jack. Cannot assign new, I've called it const for some reason. Var held duration. You don't actually need the type, we can simply set it there. Okay, so then held duration. So if player.input pressed, then held duration plus equals delta. I'm on the road and won't chat. Are you going to Anime Expo? Are you going to a convention? That's happening right now. It's literally right now. Alright, and then when you change state, you want to pass a dictionary, which will be held duration. And that specifically is going to be held duration. Right, and then you go to the casting state. This will be data. And then we'll have var held duration is equal to a value. And then in this one, you want to set held duration equals data dot held duration data dot get. Held duration, or default will be 0. Right. And then once the animation is finished, you want to enter the fishing state. Welcome sitting Mbor2. Just shortcutted the heck it out. What are you saying? Animated sprite. What are you saying? Welcome though. Okay, and maybe I should put this in the casting state, because I think maybe it makes more sense. Because fishing doesn't need to concern itself with this. It should be part of the exit of this one. So then we go to exit. The exit state You do this, you paste it right there. I name my animations my inputs and just said play inputs. Name your animations your inputs. Sure. I'm sure that makes sense. Okay, but then when you enter this thing, this is when we set the position. Every animation matches a name of input. Oh, I see. I understand. So you have like a jump input that has a jump animation. Alright, so as you exit, do I want this? Maybe I should actually... Maybe this thing just gives it the impulse, and then the rest of it just can stay in the fission state. Maybe that's what I want. So you can keep this here. We can have this one instead be on the exit state of this one, because we don't need to pass the held duration. There's no need for that. We have function exit void. Okay, then you set this here, and then you go to this frame. Okay, so then how far you cast it, it's going to be based on your held duration. So we have a constant, which is max what am I calling this thing? A max impulse is going to be 300, okay? And the const max held, what am I doing? What am I doing here? Max held duration. What am I doing here? Max impulse. No, wait, shouldn't this be set as part of this state though? I think that would make sense. Because then in this one, if held duration exceeds a certain amount, then you should just let go, I think. Right. Const max held duration, maybe like 1 second. Okay, and then if secondary pressed, or if secondary press and held duration is less than max held duration, then this thing. Held duration plus equals delta. Okay, but then you can set the value. So held duration, okay, so if held duration is great, then held duration is equal to the minimum of held duration and max held duration. Let me just see that this works. If I hold it down and let go, okay, automatically gets casted, which is what I want. That's 1 second. That feels much longer than 1 second. Is that really 1 second? Also, it feels a bit strange. Oh, it's because I've held it down. Okay, hold on. If you have held it down, then this. I think it should be when you just press it. It shouldn't, if you hold it down in the idle state, it should not bring you to the other state. It should be, wait, I thought it was just pressed. If primary is just pressed, secondary pressed. Secondary pressed. If player input, this is the fishing state. I should remove this at some point. But okay, if secondary is just pressed, then you go back to idle. Oh, what the heck was that? You see that? How did he fall down? Let's look at that again. What? I think I broke something. I added an X at the end for some reason. Strange. Did I break it? What is this? Okay, well that works. That works. Why did that first one not work? Well, surely that bug will never show up again. Okay, so we have we have it so that there's a maximum duration now. And then okay, so then when you enter the fishing state, you want the duration to dictate how long to go. You know, the held duration, get the held duration, and then once you're done with animation, then you exit. You set the maximum held duration. Maybe this should be power instead. Var duration multiplier. Constant cast impulse. Max cast impulse is equal to maybe like 250. Right, and then, okay, so then instead of sending held duration, you set cast impulse to be from held duration divided by max held duration. And then this thing should be minimum of this and 1.0, and then multiplied by max cast impulse. Am I a hug person? Not particularly. I would not say. I also, when I saw that at the corner of my eye, I thought that said dog person. It does not actually say dog person. Okay, so cast impulse. Var cast impulse is this, and then we have cast impulse is cast impulse. Now, why does this not have a type? Min. Is there a min f? Okay, min f. See, the reason why you have that is that Godot has a variant type, which is like an any sort of. And so they have specific ones for float and integer. Now you could simply use min, but then that'll work on generic types, and it won't know. It'll think that the output is a variant. Am I a dog person? I'm not a dog person. I would say that I'm probably more of a cat person, but also I've never really had a cat. I don't know. Okay, so this one. Cast impulse. Held duration. Actually, you could just set this. You don't even need to set this here in exit. You could simply just use this thing. So it'll be vector 2. It will have a cast impulse. Okay, it'll be this thing. It'll be a float. And then you have cast impulse here. Now, why does this not work? What's wrong with this thing? Expected end of statement var cast impulse. Are you a bald eagle person? I would not say that I am specifically. Alright, so this thing. If you hold it down, what the? If you hold it down more, okay, then it goes max distance. If you hold it down slightly, it goes it goes there. Okay, we should set it so that if this thing is too low, it should not sink below. Okay, maybe 1 second is too much. Maybe like 0.6 seconds perhaps as the maximum. It feels a bit too slow. 0.4, is that too little though? Okay, I think the issue is that I'm not counting the wind-up time. The wind-up time should also count for it. Has anyone ever confessed their feelings to me in chat? I don't think so. Welcome, Greffery. Hello. Alright, so I think in the start phase, we should also count. We should accumulate held duration here. I think that is my issue. So then on physics process, if this thing is being held, and we should accumulate it. Var held duration is a float. It should be 0. And then on enter, you set held duration to 0. And then if secondary is pressed, held duration plus equals delta. On animation finish, you send the held duration that you have here. Okay, and then once you enter the state, you can pick up the held duration. So now it carries over. So then you get data.get held duration, and then if it's not there, it's 0. Okay, and then you can make this back to maybe like 1 second, and then now it should include the beginning holding down thing. So if you just let go, it goes there. If you hold down a bit longer, it goes there. Goes there, goes here. If you just tap it, it should just go like right here. Okay, that's good. Actually, this seems maybe fine. I don't know, it depends, I guess. Maybe not. It goes here, you hold it down maximum, and then it goes all the way over there. Alright, I think that seems good. That seems quite good. So we go back here. We do GD format. Wait. GD format scenes. You gotta reformat your files, you know? Simply gotta do it. Okay, so now we have something. Adjust cast impulse based on how long button is held. Reformat. Is that a re-zero joke? Variable cast impulse is shadowing already declared. Oh, because I don't use this. I don't actually use this anywhere. You don't need that. Git fixup. Fixup is not a built-in command. It is simply something that I have in alias. It will combine the 2 previous commits into one. Now it'll combine your current state with the previous commit. All right. Okay, so now we want to show a indicator for how long, for where it's going to be cast. And so we have, oh, this is going to be kind of complicated though, because we should have this thing. It really makes it think. We have this thing here. We have the player state. Ideally, maybe when we want to store it in the casting state. Because like the way that we're passing these things between substates does not make that much sense. Could set the state player equals target. State.parent. What if we have a parent state? Have we considered perhaps that we can have a parent state machine? Yes, maybe we could have that. We could simply access values from the parent. Okay, so player state could have a parent state. Another player state. This one is optional though, it does not have to be set. Okay, and then if you are in the casting state, we'll set state.parent equals self. So now we have this in here, var held duration is 0. Okay, so then if you enter starting state, you set held duration to 0, parent.held duration, parent.held duration plus equals delta. We no longer need to pass it because it's already there. Okay, and then when you're holding it, you can also remove this held duration. We no longer need enter here. Okay, parent.held duration. Cast impulse, we don't even need to do this here. Parent.held duration, because we can get the cast impulse from here, or we could set in the parent, perhaps. Have you considered that you can simply set max held duration as part of the parent? Yes. Let's put this here. Isn't this so interesting? Watching someone refactor code for no reason instead of actually doing the work. Wow, that's so cool. Okay, so we get cast impulse. Whoops. Is here. We have max held duration. Right, it is right there. Okay, so in the hold state, in the start state, we have this thing. If max held, is this in scope? Does anyone know if this thing is in scope? Perhaps it is. I think it is enough, and it is in fact in scope. Okay, so we no longer need this. We can calculate the cast impulse in cast itself, or you could simply have a function here. Clueless and GDScript is pretty much Python, but worse. It's a worse version of Python. Get cast impulse. So you have we already had the logic that I think I copied and removed. I guess we're gonna rewrite it. Okay, so we have held duration divided by max held duration, and then we do min f of this and 1.0, and then multiplied by max cast impulse. You return this as a float. All right. Here, max held duration, cast impulse. So you no longer need to get it. You can simply get parent.get impulse. What's it called? Get cast impulse. I probably have broken something here. No, it actually, surprisingly, it actually works. That pretty much never happens, but I guess it did happen. All right, so parent specifically, parent.held duration. That's fine. Data is never used in enter. Where is this? Okay, we don't need this thing. This thing should also not be hard-coded. We should have a cast impulse y. Impulse y is equal to -300. Yeah, this one could also possibly be adjusted based on how long you hold it down for. For now, I will keep it as -300. Okay, we do another commit. Move held duration into parent state. Alright, it's already 5 p.m. Holy frick. I'm gonna drink water. That was fast. It's already been an hour. I feel like I've accomplished very little. But it is time to hydrate. Alright, I've hydrated. Also, you know what's messed up? When I said hydrate, my mind went to like, wait, hydrate? That's the Uma Musume skill. I've been watching Northern Lion play it, and hydrate is in fact a skill in Uma Musume. I don't know what it does, but sometimes it triggers, and he goes like, whoa! I feel like, it's a literally Uma Musume reference. It's crazy. Okay, so now we can calculate the cast impulse. Get cast impulse. Wait, this should instead of returning a float, return a vector too. You should return vector 2 of this thing and then cast impulse y. It's so funny when he got into it. He's so into it. It restores stamina. You know, that makes sense. Honestly, of things that make sense, that is one of them. Alright, this thing should just be parent dot get cast impulse. It's basically how any word with re in front reminds me of various re anime. Are there other ones besides re zero? Re life is that one? Re, like the guy from JoJo when he says re zero, re life. More like re-evaluate your life choices. Am I right, guys? Haha. So true, Wolfie, so true. Recreators. As per my previous email. We should also format again. No, I should format the directory known as scenes. Okay. Resident Evil. Rethink things. Change as impulse function to be a vector 2 to return a vector 2. Change get cast impulse function. Alright, so now that we have this here, we can then add the thing. You know, the thing, the classic thing. Let's take a look. Okay, update trajectory. Direction, speed, gravity, float. So I'm going to assume that they set the position of the line 2D. It's going to be specifically... How do they do it? Trajectory line. Okay, we're going to add a new line 2D. I'm going to rename this trajectory line. It should also be in the flip node. And then we make this into a save branches scene. Scenes, entities, player, Should this be in player though? Entities, player slash trajectory line. Yes, okay, that's there. And then we also add a script to it. Attach script. Do I use a large language model when coding? No, it's not a thing that I do, but I know many people that do. Not me though. Alright, so trajectory line. How do they do it? Update trajectory. Okay, you set a max points. Export var max points. Set that to like, I don't know, 100, not even to ask stuff. Nope, especially not to ask stuff. Welcome, Sheriff Pumpkin. Alright, what do I do here? On process. Should update trajectory, direction and speed. They set the position to 0, they set velocity. What if I want this to be based on the position of another thing? Am I supposed to just have like just like a thing? Some sort of thing? I was like, what if I change the properties of this guy? Then I also have to update it here. Godot trajectory line. Draw trajectory. Kids can code trajectory. Okay, if shoot, then this. Instance the bullet. Could you educate me on why it's especially not to ask stuff? There's no reason. I just don't like using them. I just like learning things, you know? I feel like if you spend too much time asking things, you don't really internalize it as easily. It's like when I'm looking for things, I could be like, oh, I could use this thing. A lot of people, they just like copy the code directly. But I mean, that you could do whatever you want. Because I mean, a lot of people at work, they are in fact using, what's it called? Cursor? Is that the name for it? Cursor, or like Claude AI or whatever. It's just not for me. Alright, so they also have this. They clear points. They set the global position to this thing, and then they add the point, and then they add the delta. But what if it collides with something? This one assumes a constant ground position. I don't need that. I talked to someone who learned primarily using Grok. It's a bit closer to stumbling in the dark. Maybe. I mean, sometimes they also make stuff up. I think specifically, I've heard that AI assistant things don't work that well for Godot. Because I think a lot of them are trained on Godot 3 instead of Godot 4. And then it will be like, oh, actually, you can use this function. And then like Godot 4 doesn't even have that function. And then if you say like, can you like write this in Godot 4 format? It's like, I don't know what that is. Because they were not trained on it. Godot 4 did not exist at the time the AI was trained. I don't know. There's things like that. Trajectory of an orbit. Wait, there's literally, is there like a plugin that just does this for me? I didn't mean to click on download. I meant to click on view files. Oh, 2 months ago. Hold on. Are people using this? It's entirely in Chinese. I mean, it's fine. I just didn't expect it to be in Chinese. Okay, they have English. 2D scene plugin for something. Line trajectory. Speed direction. Using trajectories. But what does it do? Does it draw the thing? Bezier curve trajectory? Okay, maybe I just write my own. Alright, so on process. You gotta give it some physical movement. But how did they do it here? So didn't they have like, okay, so they have a collision test. Collision test. And then they set the collision layer. And then they add, okay, they call move and collide. That's all I needed. Alright, so then when did they call update trajectory? It's when it's moved. When direction, speed, gravity, float. And those are all moved. Okay. Okay, so I need a collision test. Okay, so let's turn this into a scene. Save a branch as scene. Cannot save branch of an already instantiated scene. You can make an inherited scene, new inherited, okay. What did they just say? Me when I don't actually read the message. Scene, new inherited scene. Okay, thanks for stopping by, Diego. Scene. Alright, I'm just gonna make a new folder. Trajectory line. And then just move this stuff in there. Alright, and then I will simply detach the script. Oh wait, is this already its own scene? What the? Okay. Oh, it is already. It's already its own scene for some reason. Okay, so we have trajectory line. We need to add a. What did they make this? Can I simply just like copy an existing projectile? How did I do that? Godot. Copy node. Duplicate. You can add the new node to a different parent. Okay, so then instead of adding one, we should have export var collision test. It's going to be a character body 2D. Is that true? Is that what I want? Okay, so then on enter, on function ready, then you should set collision test underscore real. What is this? Parent collision test. Var collision test. It's going to be a character body 2D. And then you want to set collision test should be equal to parent collision test dot duplicate. Now, what are the flags that you pass in? Duplicate flags. What is that? Duplicate signals, groups, scripts. Yeah, whatever. I'm going to assume that it works. And then we go to trajectory line. Alright, so we now have a collision test. And then so I want to update trajectory. So what do you do here specifically? You have max points. You clear points. And And then you set, okay, you want to update trajectory with velocity. Well, we can just take the velocity from the parent, right? So then we set collision test dot parent. I don't know how to type apparently. Parent collision test. Parent. Well, okay, the parent does not actually have a velocity because this is before it goes. So you gotta set the velocity here. Right, so then you set the collision test dot velocity equal to velocity. You also set the position to be the same as the parent position, right? And then you gotta have a delta in there. Delta float. So let's see. For I in max points, add point velocity dot y plus equals gravity times delta. Is that how I do it in the other one? What if I just simply call collision test dot physics process delta? That should handle all the collision, I think. Possibly. Mixed use of tabs and spaces. True. So true. Okay, so we've updated the position, and then move and collide, collision, mount, we don't need that. Collision test, add a point. Okay, so we need to add the point. Collision test dot position, right? Cool, cool. Good times out here. And then what? That's it. Okay, that's all you really need. So then you go to the player script, you go over here, and then you have a trajectory line. We'll access this as a unique name. Trajectory line. It's going to be a... Okay, we gotta have a class name for this. Trajectory line. Also, did I welcome Ranmu? Did I like not greet you 6 minutes ago? Have I just been like talking to myself and not actually interacting with chat? Can't believe this guy's not even reading the chat. Trajectory line extends line 2D. Alright, and then go back to player. We now have a trajectory line. And then you go to your player state, okay, and this one specifically is you want to have, when you first enter the starting state, you want to have player dot trajectory line dot show. And then when you enter the state known as cast, that is when you hide it. Okay, then as you're casting it, instead of on physics process, it should be on process, because this is simply a physical, not a physical thing. What am I saying? It is simply a visual indicator. It doesn't need to process every physics frame. Or does it? Maybe it does. Am I sure that it does? Maybe it doesn't. Let's see. Player dot trajectory line dot update trajectory. So then we gotta get the velocity should be equal to parent.get cast, was it cast impulse? And then delta. And then this should also occur when you're holding it down. So then here, I'll simply copy this and put that there. And that, I believe, is... What else? What else do I need? Oh, I need to actually connect process. We only have this implemented for physics process. We should also implement this for regular process. We put this here, and we put this one here. Alright, now does this work? Probably not. Yep. Call duplicate. Alright, because I need to assign trajectory line to bobber. Okay, now does this work? Probably not. I don't think it did anything. Delta is never used in process. Right, because we're not doing anything with it. Do we actually have lines in this point? Print points. How do I make this thing not full screen? Project settings. I don't like that it's opening in full screen every time. Godot run not full screen. Toggle full screen. No, like not in the game, like in the editor. It's not run debug mode and full screen. Windows Edition full screen only mode works. Is it in the settings? Run. Main scene. Window. Mode windowed. Why is it not windowed though? Maximized. Okay, but then when I set it to windowed, it was not actually used in windowed. See, that's not, this is not windowed. Can you believe that they're lying to me? Window. Maximize full screen. Minimized? What about minimized? Okay, it is in fact minimized. Windowed? Oh, because the width of the viewport is literally the size of my monitor. Okay, so this thing should be 720p probably. What is the math? What is 1920 by what is this? Does anyone know math? What is 720? 1280 by 720? Welcome, yo, welcome Skeleton below. Are you doing like a model debut or something? I think I saw something on Twitter. You're playing Endless Ocean Luminous. I don't know what that is, but I hope you had a good time playing it. Fishing. This is in fact Godot. Hello. You did. Let's go. Welcome Kari Karipanka. Welcome Eidolon and Dimion. Yeah, that's cool. You have a Hawaiian shirt outfit with bare arms. I thought you were a skeleton. How can you have bare arms? Unless it's like a bear of a skeleton. I'm just kidding. I know that bear means things. I don't know. Anyway, hello Raiders. We are doing a fishing game. Here's the current status. You can hold down the fishing rod line. You can hold down the cast button to change how far you're going. If you just tap it, it goes like right here. Tap it slightly more, it goes there. You can jump. You can move around. We implemented a curve 2D for this line. And what I'm doing now is I'm trying to make it show a trajectory line to indicate where the thing is actually going to land. But that is in progress. I'm working on this right now. Literally right now. 1280 by 720. Endless Ocean 3 is a diving sim. This one has multiplayer. What the? You're telling me that the ocean is endless? Surely there has to be an end at some point. Did I play Nubby's Number Factory? I did. That was like last month, I think. Good times out there last month. Okay, so what am I doing wrong here? Did I not set the max point? Okay, this is what I wanted to do. Print points. Right, and then as you're casting it, it should be adding, it's not actually adding points. It is not actually calling update trajectory for some reason. It should be. Is process not getting called? Function process. Why not? I like when you get a times 999 score, 9999 score, and you broke the game. True. I think I probably have gotten that at some point. Why is process not being called? Do I not actually call process anywhere? Player states. What about the base state? State machine. Process. No, this should be here. Process should be being called. And go to player state. We have process here. This process should be getting called. Everyone loves print debugs. It's not even being called. Okay, it turns out that this is not being called. But physics process, though, is being called, right? I believe this one is, in fact, being called. Okay, so why is regular process not being called? We got init, we got physics process. Do I call this anywhere? Process. Set oh, is it set physics process? No, that's fine, right? Physics process. Where is this being called? Process. Current state not process. Is this being called? Oh, it's not being called in the player. That's what it is. Player. We gotta also call this here. Process. There it is. Okay. So this should maybe up. It broke. Non-existent function, you gotta have an underscore, of course. Alright, so points are being added. Something else is wrong though. Parameter state is null, body get space is null. What? Get spaces, oh, because did I not add it to the scene? Oh, that's probably what it is. I probably did not actually add the trajectory. Okay, so trajectory line script. It makes a thing, but it doesn't actually add it to the scene. So then add child collision test. That might be, oh, holy frick. Okay, so we're not actually, it's doing something, but it is moving positions every time. We need to reset it. Also, the line is a bit too thick, so we can go here. Trajectory line, we set the line thickness to perhaps be a 1. We could also change the color so that it's a bit transparent. And set this to perhaps alpha value of, I don't know, that seems good probably. And then, so we need to change the position. Why is this not being changed? Oh, because it's being set based on where it previously was. Why isn't this not even going over there though? What is that? Welcome pork foo. Why is this? Because I think the position of trajectory line should actually be at the spawn point of the bobber, right? So let's see. You go back to script. So when you enter the casting state, you should set this thing to also be somewhere else. Okay, so when we exit casting state, bobber activate. Fishing state. When fishing is done, we don't simply hide the bobber. We should also reset the position of the bobber. Right? We should also set this back to here. And then we do this. Okay, but then when you enter the casting state, player.trajectoryline.position equals to player.bobber, bobber spawn point dot position. Okay, but why is that going up there though? Why is this thing going there? It also doesn't actually land there. Trajectory line position, do I set it to global position? Global position equals bobber spawn point dot global position. It doesn't actually go there. Why is it not? It's not being set to the actual global position. Welcome, Wishy Wishy. Interesting. This appears to be the same. Why was this not there? Trajectory line position. String missing moon gravity? What does that even mean? Yes, I know it says output overflow. That has nothing to do with the actual bug though, but I guess I will print less text. I know. Now I have to go into this function and remove a line. It's crazy. Alright, so it doesn't work. It's simply not working. Let's go to here. Okay, so let's see. Bobber spawn point is there. Oh, it's because it should actually be based on the spawn point, because this thing moves, I believe. Does it move? It does move, because when you're going up and down, the position does move. Oh, what the heck was that? You see that? What the heck? Wait, do I not set the bobber spawn point? Player state. Bobber spawn point. So when fishing, we set the position to this. On start, we set this thing to this thing. Why does this thing not work? Why is this not even there? Trajectory line. Trajectory line. Maybe we have to set... This is the position though. We said collision test.global position equal to collision parent test.global position. Ah, there we go. Okay, that's better. This seems pretty good. So it does approximately land where we want it to. It's simply a case of using the wrong thing. Alright, that's cool. Why does it have... It has like a little thing at the end though. Why is that? It's like a thing right there. What's the deal? Well, anyway, that looks good. Let me commit this. Format. Add scenes. Git commit. Add trajectory line indicator. And then... Wait, but when we started off, it's actually in the wrong position. Why is that? Bobber spawn point. It's because when we first set it, the bobber position is not the same as the spawn point location. So I think we would need it to be set as well. If we go to player state, bobber.position equals bobber spawn point location. So then, this thing should be set specifically when we enter the start position here. What the? You see that? What's that? Okay, so maybe not there. Maybe actually this. Doesn't it tire you out to code as a job and as a hobby? Nope, not at all. Because it's fun. Bobber position equals bobber spawn point position. I think it's because throughout the animation, the bobber spawn point actually changes. Should I go to sleep? I don't know if you want to. If you have a desire to sleep, you can totally do that. Okay, bobber position. What if at the very beginning, the start of the player's script, on ready, we set the bobber position equal to bobber spawn point position. It still doesn't work. Why is the spawn point position not even there? Is it also global position? Is that what it is? Global position is equal to this thing's global position. Nope, it does not work. Why does it not work? It's just the first cast. every cast after that works fine. What if I just set it in the editor? If I just put the bobber position to be the same position at the beginning. And then this should, it doesn't work? What the, what the heck? Oh, because gravity is being applied. Is that what it is? Oh, that's what it is. It's being pulled down by gravity. I need to set it to not be affected. So let's see, on ready, you should set bobber.physics process set physics process false. Wait, I could just set it, hold on, I just set it here. Does it bob? Not yet. But it should eventually. Okay, so we go to physics interpolation. Sorry, physics process mode. Physics process mode. Where is physics process mode? You know, whatever, I'll set it here. Set physics process false. Okay, now it's in the right spot. That's good. Gravity multiply 50. What the? Alright, well that seems quite nice. I should maybe keep it on screen for like a little bit longer. Trajectory line should maybe like fade out. Okay, so we go to player state, we go to, so what if we lower trajectory lines? This is the wrong code. Trajectory line here. Max points, what if it was 10? What does that look like? Okay, 10 is not enough. Hey, why do I even need delta here? Delta, oh no, delta is needed for accurate simulations. What if it was like 50? Is 50 enough? 50 is good enough. You think like 30 is good enough? 30 is good enough? What about 20? Well, it should really just go until it hits the ground, right? But then it could also, like, what if it bounces, right? You gotta have something. What if it was like, let's just do 50 for now. It starts with dog emoji, but that's just what Royal ZK does. Do you see that? He jumped. Why did he jump like that? Alright, so this one, we can commit this as well. So let's see, what did we do here? Fix initial position of bobber, what's it called? Fix initial position of trajectory line. Alright, so that works. Now we can add like a little dotted line indicator. The one they have here also has some movement to it. Alright, so how did they do this? Is there a built-in way to do it? Hold on. Godot line dotted. Do I like powdered milk? Not particularly. No. There's no built-in function. You must implement it yourself. There is a there's a built-in way, but you gotta supply your own texture. Okay, maybe I'll just follow the way they did it here. Welcome Infinite Zero. Okay, so they have a texture. And they simply repeated the texture many times. so they opened up Affinity Designer. They've added a thing here. And then they put a check mark on top of it, and they say, don't make it vertical. It must be horizontal. Okay, repeat enabled. And you drag the texture there. Okay, it repeats horizontally. I see it. I understand. Well, okay, then I guess what I could do is I could go into... is there a way to generate this dynamically? Godot generate dotted line texture dynamically. Alright, fine. I guess I'll make a... I'll open up a sprite. And then we go to make a new thing. Welcome, Michael. Thank you for the 50 months. Who is the guy in the top left of the share your anniversary box? What? Who? Top left of the share your sub anniversary box? I don't know what that looks like. Simply just do not know. Welcome, Namington. There's some guy with glasses doing the parrot dance. Is that Steve Jobs? Is that Jeff Bezos, perhaps? Good old Jeffrey Bezos. Bezos. Now we're gonna make a new texture. New texture. It's going to be 4 by... it'll be it's gonna be 8 by 8. And then it's going to have dotted line. No, it can't possibly look like that. It's gonna look like this. And then maybe actually it's gonna be like this. Is that the Enderman from Minecraft? It's Kappa. Is that the Kappa guy dancing? Alright, save as. So what do we have here? We have Godot. We have, what is this? Where is this directory? Where is this even saved? Where's this project? Scene, project settings, documents, Godot. Okay. It's in documents and then Godot. Fishing from June. Scenes, entities, player, trajectory line. Turn that into a PNG. It's right there. He looks like the mad kid. For me, it's Kappa. I wonder if they change it. It's random. You can have a random guy dancing. Okay, this one's going to be trajectory.png. All right, now we have trajectory. Okay, and then what you're supposed to do here is you are supposed to you are simply supposed to go, you import it. Okay, then you got, once you import it, you have to set the repeat to be, hey, where is it? Where did they set this thing? Repeat enabled. I don't even have that. Import as texture. They don't even, that's not even the thing that exists. What kind of fishing game am I making? I don't really know. I'm not sure yet. But it's going to have fish, most likely. It's going to have fishing rod. It's going to have casting of some kind. Fish dog. What? It's going to have fish. What if it doesn't even have fish? Have we considered that it doesn't even have fish in it? Image? Do I import this as an image? No. Texture 2D. Okay, maybe they changed the horizontal thing somewhere else. Let's see. Fill texture. Okay, you drag the trajectory in here. And then what? Godot texture 2D repeat horizontal. How do I make a texture repeat? You cannot repeat a texture unless you use a shader. Okay, hold on. Texture polygon 2D texture repeat. Oh, it's wait, what? That doesn't make sense. It's not even here. Okay, but what does this look like though? Nothing. It looks like nothing. So maybe my issue is that it should not be there. Maybe it has to be 1 pixel. Sprite size should be 8 by 1. Nope, it's not even there. It's literally not even there. Trajectory. What if this was width 5? It's not there. Why is it not there? Texture mode. Tile. Welcome, Hamp. Oh, there it is. Okay, so we set texture, we set the width back to 1. It should also repeat. Why is it not repeating? Yeah, texture here. Resource, texture, texture 2D, channel pack, MIP maps, process, size limit, import as texture atlas, nope, import as bitmap, import as texture 2D array, import as texture 2D. Why does that not work? You can repeat a texture by using canvas item texture repeat. Texture repeat enabled. Is that it? Is that what I need? Oh shoot. You see that? Are you seeing this? It's literally right there. Alright, well that's good to know. We can also reset the default color. Oh shoot. It's a bit too distracting though. Maybe it's fine. Maybe instead of having it be like 2 length, we could simply like remove some of them. Make thicker. No. Okay, that looks alright, I think. Possibly. We could add some more. It could be like this. Okay, that's too much. That's too much. What if it was like 1 and then 1? 1 1 like a dog? 1 1? No. Okay, maybe just this. Maybe this is fine. That is probably alright, I think. Always going the wrong way. What the? It turns out I have not tested this thing. Oh, because I didn't add. Okay. I need to multiply this by horizontal movement. Cast impulse should be this thing multiplied by player dot facing direction. So they should go this way. Okay, that works. I fixed several things. That's pretty cool. Yippee. Alright, well that's good. We can commit this. Let's add GD format scenes. Git status. Git add scenes. Add dotted line when add dotted line to trajectory 1. Add dotted line texture. Alright. That's pretty cool. Okay, what if we made it like 5? Width 5. Oh shoot. What if the width was 2? What if it was 2? What if it was 2 and then we changed this thing? Properties, we change the sprite size to be height 2. And then we simply deleted this. That is the same thing. It is literally the same thing that I had earlier, but different. So set that back to 1. And I do feel like maybe this thing, what if we had this moved over there? It doesn't really make a difference, I think. Oh, hold on. This thing like disappears for 1 frame. Does that happen when we have width of 2? Sprite size, height of 2. Oh, what if we had like this here as well? What does that look like? Whoa, what the heck? What if this had a width 2? That's strange. Okay, but then what if this thing was like this? What if it was like this? That looks weird. What if this was like this? No, this thing also disappears here for 1 frame. What if this was width 3 and then I had this thing be 3? Height of 3. Casting animation is so cute. Thank you. Okay, it's like this. It doesn't really matter, I guess. So let's have it be 8x1. We could also just make this like sprite size instead of width 8 could just be 4. We only really need like 1 thing over here. It should be like, oh, what the, oh, because I didn't change the width. Width, change that back to 1. Yeah, that's fine. What does close do? Whoa, what the heck? We don't want that. Width curve, default color, capping, texture border. Oh wait, anti-alias though? I don't really need anti-alias anymore. Visibility, width curve, closed points, max points, whatever. All right, well, you know, that works. That looks pretty good. Pretty good. All right, let's format again. Git diff. Adjust. Oh, you know, let's just fix up. Git fix up. Did I add it? Yes. Okay, so now what? We have this working. Now what? Let me look at my to-do list. Alright, you can reel in. We don't yet have a reeling in animation. I've added the thing where an indicator shows where the bobber lands. Reeling, okay, we can add in a reeling in animation. Perhaps. Sure. Alright, so let's go to player.asprite. And then here, you want to add a reeling in animation here. So we can take the base fishing sprite, which is this one. Make a new one. New empty frame. And for this one, you want to have the same, this thing here. Put this here. Put this here. And then for this one, what do we do? He wants to, okay, so we should perhaps separate the fishing rod from the actual arms. We did that for the casting animation, but not for the default fishing one. Let's take this here, put this here. We can also take this and put that back on the arms layer. And I believe the arms layer still has this little segment, which could also be here. Okay. We should fix this up slightly. So we have arm, it goes up to here. And then I guess technically the arm does go here. It's just hidden by the rod. Okay, so let's see. If we I could have one for like reeling in when there's no fish biting. So there's like no tension on the line. And then we could have another one where it's like there's actually a fish biting and then it's like, you know, the rod is like, it's like this. Or there's actually, it's like bending because there's like a fish that you're trying to catch. Welcome CL9. Happy Gun Day? What are you talking about? It's Friday. Literally Friday. Welcome Marklar. $10 Wolfie skin. What? What are you talking about? 4th of July? That's not really Gun Day though. It's like Fireworks Day. That's like Barbecue Day. Also, I should drink water. It is in fact 6:04 p.m. Alright, I have hydrated. That's how you do game development now? $10 Wolfie skin? No. That's not even real. That's not even a real thing. Alright, so this one, this will be new tag real underscore default. What do I call it? Real, but it's like calm. It's like not like there's nothing biting down. Real underscore. Just call it regular. It's just real. It's literally for real. Okay. And then we could set this one and this one. Is this one linked? Unlink? Is this linked to something? Welcome wed. Fishing. How do I link these? Because I know there is some way that you could link these things together, even though they are far apart. Unlink. Link cells. Control click? No. Oh, there you go. Okay. So now if you change this, it'll also change this one. Do you know you can do that? Because now you do. Now you do know. Alright, so then for a calm reeling in animation, all you gotta do is you gotta add, so you can also link these two. So now if you change this one, these will also change. So for reeling in, you just gotta like change the arm, right? It's gotta go like, it goes up. That's the wrong thing. You're not even American though. Why are you out here celebrating July 4th? I thought you were Canadian. Why would Canadians be doing that? Stolen valor. It's ironic. Sure, you think it's ironic, but you know, if you do something ironically enough, it becomes unironic. That is simply how the world works sometimes. So we think that it is for fun, but before you know it, it's gonna be just, that's just the way you live. It's life. It's literally a life. Okay, so this one, it goes up, and then the next one is gotta go over, and then it goes down. Right. America did some cool thing throughout its full history. What do you think is the coolest thing that has been done of all time? The coolest thing of all time. The coat. It's coated. Cool of all time. Okay, we have this one and this one. And then next one, making slavery uncool. Possibly also a thing that they did. New frame. Okay, and then in this next frame, the arm, it goes down. It goes down here. And then what? What even is this? What even is this arm a part of? Is this part of the Ron? Is that Super Bowl? Do you think the Super Bowl is cool though? Because I don't really care for it. It's not really a thing that I really care about. All right, then you make another new frame. You gotta link these two, right? Obviously, they're literally the same thing. New frame. Superb owl. I knew someone was gonna mention that. You cannot go 1 second without Super Bowl without someone saying superb owl. Okay, then you move over to the left, and then you delete this one. Chips are on the cheap, which is cool for people who are snack-brained. Are they cheap though? Are chips really cheap though? I feel like they've gotten pretty expensive. America made jazz happen. Is this real? Is that true? It goes here, it goes up, it goes... Wait, I thought it was supposed to go to the right. Did it not go to the right? This should be... Wait, what the heck? Here it goes up. It should go to the right, but it did not go to the right. Why did it not go to the right? It should be actually up and to the right. It was here and here, and then it should go... Why did it go down this way? Okay. Fans making art of that fairy from Toho who wears the flag. Clown piece? I know Toho. That's clown piece. That's the piece of the clown. There were influences from other cultures, but as a whole, jazz is basically American. What would you consider to be the most American music genre? Would that be jazz? Is there like another like genre of music that is very American besides jazz? Bluegrass? Oh yeah, that is true. Bluegrass, gospel. Oh, country. Oh, country is like the American genre. Country singers. That's like K-Kona. That's literally the American genre. That's a specific region of America. Yeah, but like that's like... I don't know. That is like the American genre. I don't make the rules. Like, I mean, isn't any genre specific to some region? There's no like music that is for like the entire country, usually. Or maybe not, I don't know. I don't really know what I'm saying. I'm just saying things at this point. Bro is literally just saying things at this point. Okay, so we have some sort of reeling in animation. Perhaps we want this one to be darker. Wait, what? This one here. And then we could put this here. And also here. And then remove the rod from here. Okay. So now we have reeling. Sometimes I put ing at the end, sometimes I don't. It's strange that I didn't say idling. It's just idle and not idling, but every one of these is like running, fishing, casting, jumping, falling. Why not idling, huh? Wolfie, why not? Why is he not doing this? We just don't know. Alright, we have a reeling animation. That's cool. Let's check the animations, make sure that it's actually in there. It's not there. I think we have to, gotta import it. Gotta go to Sprite 2D and import. Okay, now it should have, yes, a reeling is there. So now we gotta add a new reeling state. Let's go to player state. Let's add a new state known as reeling. A lot of rock and metal music came from America, but a lot was English too. True. Things do in fact be English. As you know from Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, Spider-Punk is actually British. And he is punk. Okay, class reeling. Okay, so if you are reeling in the fishing rod, then what? Then what? Also, where is this being set? Init target equals player. Alright, so in the reeling state, if you enter the reeling state, real estate, you play the reeling animation. Player.animation.speed. Speed scale should be equal to 0. Because you should only play it when it's being held down. This is very similar to the climbing animation in Vacuous Sugar Quest. Although it is an animation, it doesn't actually play until you're pressing the button. So then when you exit the state, you set the speed scale to 1 to resume. Let's see, go here. Delete this stuff. Okay, physics process. If your inputs have secondary pressed, then you want to change the bobber velocity. Right, bobber dot velocity should be moving toward the player. So player dot bobber dot velocity equals, we should set a constant for real speed. Should be equal to I don't know, 20. Metallica was American and English, but I'm more into Iron Maiden English. I have no idea. Despite me being aware of Iron Maiden, I don't think I've ever actually heard their music. Or maybe I have, I can't name one. Me as someone who doesn't know music. Okay, so if this thing is pressed, player.animation.speed scale equals 1.0. Otherwise, it equals 0. Bobber velocity equals to player.facing direction times real speed, and specifically velocity dot x. Negative facing direction times real speed. Could not parse global class player from res player.gd. What are they talking? What are they talking about? Expected expression after equal. That is an expression. Okay. You should not apply jump. You should not apply move and slide. So then for this one, let's see, if secondary is pressed, then you should have it such that player dot You should check for the bobber's position relative to the bobber's spawn point. Right, player.bobber.spawnpoint.position. So then if this thing is below position, player.bobber.position.y is greater than this, then what am I saying? Iron Maiden is the stereotype of 80s metal for me. The trooper ace is high, run to the hills. Can't say that I've heard of those, but I'm sure it is very well known, just not to me. What's the deal with music? Any fans of music in the chat? Okay, if secondary is pressed, if the bobber is below the spawn position, then you do this stuff. If it is equal to or below, player.change state. Parent.change. Where do I actually change state? State machine. Change state. State id.idle. Alright, so if the position is above bobber spawn point, then you do this. Player.bobber.position.x is greater than player.bobber.spawn point. Right, bobber spawn point. No, I have in fact never played Rock Band. I don't know anything about it. Okay, player bobber position is greater than spawn point position dot x. Now this at the moment only works when facing the right. So we should also subtract something, right? What am I doing? It should be if this thing minus this thing, absolute value is greater than 0. So what does this mean specifically? This means if you were to the left, then something. What am I doing? What am I talking about here? If it is greater than player dot something. Okay, let's just have this working to the right, and then we can adjust this for leftward facing at some point. So this one is if your position of the bobber is greater than the position of... So this is if the bobber position is greater, then you should reel toward you. Otherwise, you should adjust the velocity.y to be equal to negative real speed. Right, you gotta be doing this stuff. Vector 2 0, and then this one should be vector 2 of 0 and negative real speed. I'm going to assume that this does not work. Yes, because I've implemented no state transitions here. Okay, so if you are fishing, and you have just pressed secondary button, then instead of changing to idle, you should change to reeling. It did not work. Why did that not work? If you are fishing, then what? If secondary is not pressed, then you should actually go back to fishing state, right? Wait a second. Wait a second. Let's see. Clear points, fishing line, show. Fishing. This assumes that the previous state was casted. But then shouldn't that mean that I should just set this here? On exit, fishing line, hide. Set process to false. No, that doesn't make sense. Because this thing should not hide the fishing line. This should be once you're done reeling. That's not actually how this works. I think reeling should maybe be a sub-state of fishing. Is that true? Is that actually true? It should. I think it should be. You should not be allowed to move if you are fishing. Keep it real. Keep it for real, for real. For real, for real. Okay, so why is the player still allowed to cast? I thought I had removed that. So from the fishing state, these are the only possible transitions. Unless I'm wrong. State machine dot finish. And then on finish, go to fishing state. And then in the fishing state, it should only be this. What is this? Secondary just pressed. Fishing state. Fishing state. That's the only place where we have this. Secondary pressed. Reeling state. Oh wait, this is going to idle for some reason. This should not be there. What about this? Oh. That's not how this works. Bobber velocity. Okay, so we do enter this state at some point. If secondary is pressed, I think the issue is that we are hiding the bobber and fishing line. We also set physics process to false. And also this. What if we just return here? Oh shoot, what the frick? It actually works? Okay, we should not be allowed to jump. And also, they also appear to be stuck in the animation. But do you see that? Do you see that, guys? You can actually reel in. Holy frick. Okay, bobber position X is greater than spawn point, this thing. If secondary is not pressed, then you don't actually want to enter the state of fishing. Just comment that out. Maybe let you jump but keep the lure in place. No, because then I would need to add like an animation for that. Jumping and reeling in. Okay, but then we need to have it so that the rod actually goes up. Oh, because we then need to like remove the gravity of the bobber. The reason why the bobber's not going up is because there's not enough reel speed to counteract gravity. So we can go to bobber.gravity, right? Bobber.gd. We could set it so that gravity does not affect it. Disable gravity for character body 2D. Gravity scale. Is that a thing that exists? Let's see, we'll go back to player state. Alright, so then if this thing player.bobber.gravity scale, is that a real thing that exists? I don't know, maybe. No, it crashed. Okay, there is no gravity scale. Go character body 2D. Gravity. What? Physics body 2D? Gravity scale. Get gravity. But how do I set the gravity? How do I set the gravity? Well, maybe we just set a property. Let's go to bobber. Let's go to, we don't need this was on floor anymore. That doesn't really do anything. We set velocity to initial velocity. Is on floor. Okay, this one we need variable is gravity enabled. True. Okay, if gravity enabled, then apply velocity. Otherwise, equals 0. Alright, then we go back to player state. We said player bobber dot gravity enabled equals false. We gotta make sure to set it back to true after we're done. It's not working. You set the bobber velocity to real speed. Oh, because we set it to 0. We're setting it to 0. We should make it so that it doesn't actually get applied. Welcome xjob. Bobber.gd. You should not necessarily, we should just keep it what it is, because it's being set to 0 by something else. Alright, so we have this. It's freaking going up. Okay, it's going way up. But okay, so if it's above, then we should enter idle state. We should also make sure to set the whatchamacallit, the thing. What's it called? The fishing line. Where do we set the fishing line? Fishing line. Fishing line. We need to set like tension, right? So tension by default should be 0. So if tension is 0, then this stuff should apply. If tension is 1, then something. Then something. What's the opposite of tension? Slack. Opposite of tension. Opposite of tension in physics. Ease, compression. No, but like of like a fishing line. What's the word? A fishing term? Tension, slack. Okay, I guess it is slack. Slack should be 0. So slack should be a value between 0 and 1, and then that will affect this thing. This thing should multiply by slack. Right. So then if slack is 1, which it should be by default, then we got this. Okay, and then we do the same for this. Go back to player state. Okay, so if you are in reeling animation, okay, if you are reeling, then if secondary is pressed, player dot fishing line dot slack equals player dot fishing line dot slack. We should move this thing toward 0. By a certain amount. We can have a constant here. Slack, I don't know what to call this. Slack change, slack delta. You change it by, I don't know, 1.0. We should multiply this by delta. Slack delta times delta. All right, hold on. But first, okay, so when we gotta set the slack here. Right, once you enter the casting state, player.fishingline dot slack equals 1.0. And then when you enter this thing, okay, so if it is held down, move toward 0. Otherwise, move toward 1. Oh, holy frick. If you're not, okay, so if you're not reeling in, the line goes back. Okay, that's cool. Isn't that so cool? Do you see that, guys? You reel in, the tension is less, and then you let go, and it goes back. Whoa, dude. Okay, so we need more, we need some handling for the other thing when it goes above. So if state goes above this thing, right, you should then go to idle state. Yes. It goes here, and then it goes up. Yo, wait, what the heck? Okay, well, I don't know why he's casting it immediately. Alright, once you go to idle state, I believe idle state should check whether it's just pressed. Right, so in the idle state, Where do I actually set the casting state? Try cast. Okay, try cast. If secondary, just pressed. Okay, so you can reel in. Oh, okay, so I need to... Once you have exited the state, you should, in fact... hide the things. Ah, because I set this here. Okay, so then on exit, this thing then should set this stuff here. Fishing line is hidden once you've exited the reeling state. Right, you go here. Whoa, dude. Now, okay, so ideally, I would have it so that the idle animation still plays once you stop reeling in. That's pretty cool, though. Alright, so that's there, and then it works. Guys, it literally works. It's literally working right now. Wow. I feel like this thing should also be based on the distance away from you. It's like, it is a bit strange that it goes like below. I think, okay, so I think the trajectory line point... Hold on, but before I change it, I should commit this. Format. Should add a reeling state. Reeling state. Isn't that when they try to sell you a house? Haha. Am I right, guys? So true. Alright, so... yes, the trajectory line... Add point. Not trajectory, what's it called? A fishing line. Fishing line... outpoint.y should not exceed the delta. Var, it shouldn't be called delta. What do I call this? Position change. Endpoint, start point. Alright, so then this thing should be times equals the minimum of this thing and position change dot y absolute value. Point dot y min of this thing. I believe this would work. So it should not ever go below this. It literally, guys, it literally works. Also, wait, why I broke something again? Why is it doing that? So no, this point now cannot go below. That's pretty cool. Why is it doing that? Why is it even doing that though? Position change, maybe this thing should be times 2. Welcome Super Dialog. That bobber is literally singing goodbye. Thanks for all the fish. No, we don't have that functionality. That's gonna be the DLC. Singing, that's crazy. Okay, maybe not, maybe like 1.5. Love your South, thank you. 1.5 perhaps? Yeah, 1.5, that seems alright. Okay, so we need to fix this thing. Why is that happening? Also, 1.5 is kind of arbitrary. I don't like that I just have this here. outpoint molt. Outpoint.y times equals. Whatever, I'm just gonna put a to-do here. Don't hard code. I'm probably never going to address this to-do, but just so that it's there, so when people see my code, they're like, oh, why are you hard coding things? It's fine. I should also commit this. Okay, change, hold on. Adjust fishing line so it doesn't go below, below what? Below the bobber? Sure. Alright, and then we look at the player state. So why is this thing going up? So if secondary is not pressed, we should also check whether the position of the bobber is greater than. Wait a second. We should have another check here, right? Var bobber is above. What am I doing? Oh, hold on. No, this check should be moved outside. If secondary is, it doesn't matter whether secondary is pressed. If the bobber is above or equal to the bobber spawn point, you should go to idle state. Also, welcome Hoppy Hollow. And return. But then otherwise, you can do this other stuff. You lost your transcode? That's weird. Transcoding is not guaranteed for non-partnered streamers. It's just how it is. Maybe there's a lot of people streaming today. Okay, so position is this, then this. I think that works, right? This should just work, possibly. Okay, but it is rising even. I just pressed X a bunch of times here. It is rising even though I haven't pressed it. Is that fine though? Maybe that's fine. Position. Let's see. So if the Y position. So if this thing is less than this, real speed. You should have another speed for the speed, real speed when vertical. You know, no, real speed should be a vector. 20, and then you could be faster when reeling up. Right, it should be 50. And then real speed dot x. Otherwise, real speed dot y. Okay, so that goes up much faster. Maybe too much faster. You know, maybe we don't want it to be that fast. What if it's like 20? What if it's like 30? $30 feels fine. Possibly. Also, why does it go from here to here? Why is that? It's a bit strange. I should put that in my to-do notes. To-do. To-do. Fix horizontal position of fishing line when, I don't know how do I describe things. Fixed horizontal position of fishing line when directly pointing down. Okay, so this works, right? What else do I need? Goes up. Okay, so I want it to not reel up automatically. The player should be pressing something. So then if secondary is not pressed, you should set the player.bobber velocity should be equal to 0. Is that true? Gravity enabled, false. Yes. Sure. Okay, so you are in control of when you are reeling in. Like maybe there's a fish, right? The fish is here and then it doesn't actually, what am I saying? Maybe there's like a fish over here and then it can't see it. And then when you reel it in and then it's like, oh, there's something there, and then it goes over. Then you are totally in control of your own actions. That's pretty cool. I also don't know why this song just like abruptly stops. It has literally like 40 seconds of silence at the end. That feels like unintentional. But what do I know about music? Anyone out here putting like 40 seconds of silence at the end of your songs? Can anyone relate to this? No. Clearly not. Oh, what the frick? Okay, you should not be allowed to do this. You should not be allowed to jump when you are fishing. Primary, just press. Try jump. So try jump is in the idle state. Try jump is in the running state. Try jump should not be in the fishing state. We got running, we got idle. Okay. Also remember that I did not implement this going the other way. Actually, wait a second. Oh wait, it literally, it just works? I did not even consider this going horizontally, but it just works the other way. What the heck? Me when the code just works somehow? I thought it wouldn't work. Oh. That's cool. Alright, let's see. What did I change? Fix reeling when bobber is, what am I calling it? Fix reeling when bobber is directly below the end of rod. All right. Got this thing. Whoa, look, it works. It literally works. That's pretty cool. All right, so why is that happening? Why is this thing happening? He's out here programming. Welcome, Tag Barrel. Maybe this thing should happen automatically. Once it reaches here, maybe it should be picked up automatically, because there's no reason for it not to be. Is that true? Is there any reason for the player to do this themselves? I mean, it is interactive. What if they just wanted, you know, some cool screenshots? The day America was born. So true. It's America. It's literally America Day. Alright, so bobber spawn points. Why does that thing go over by 1? What if I move this? Oh no, it doesn't work because I have other animations. Other animations are setting this position, which makes it a bit annoying to set. So that goes there. Okay, what if I just move it over by 1? So this thing could be at 12. And then you go to the animation player, you go to the fishing. So this position should be at 12. And this one is also at 12. And this one also at 12. As well as these ones. Oh, that's why. Because it's over there. Why is it over there? Actually, maybe that's fine. Isn't that how fishing lines work? There's like the line actually goes from here up, right? So maybe this is fine. It does look strange though. What if we had this as like 11? What if it was 11.5? I do know that I can also just edit the player scene. So we look for, what is the value? 12? 12? 0.12, is that what it was? What is this? Values, vector 12. Change this 12 to 11.5. Okay, so that looks alright, and then it goes up. Wait, that actually works. Literally all you have to do is set your thing to be a fraction of a pixel. Although actually this thing doesn't look as good. But you know, it's probably fine. But no, it adds like this weird thickness to the line, which I'm not really a fan of. What if instead of 11.5, it is 11.25? What if it was that? That is perhaps good. That seems alright, maybe. Does it though? Does it seem alright? I think I should also change, I should increase the slack amount. Go back here, let's go to script. Slack delta should be like, maybe like 2. Maybe like 1.5. Actually, no, is that fine? Do you feel like that's going too fast? Like that. That's a bit too fast. Okay, what if it was like 1.5? Also, I should drink water. I will do that right now. Also, wait, why is this animation playing? Sprite 2D animation player. It should be idle animation. I think. Oh, I have to set autoplay. Yes. All right, I'm gonna drink water now. Alright, I've done it. I have successfully hydrated. Okay, what about 1.5? What does this look like? Why did the player fall? What is that? I don't know. I don't know about 1.5. Well, maybe it's fine. Maybe I should have different ones. There should be one for like when you're reeling in and one when you've let go. I think when you let go, it could be faster. Slack delta, reeling in. Slack delta, not reeling. So when you're reeling in, it goes a bit slower. When you're not reeling in, it should be fast. So it should be slack delta, reeling in. This one should be slack delta, not reeling. So that's there. And then you let go. Okay, I think that's better. Right, like as you reel in, it goes up, and then it goes back down, and then it goes up. That seems all right. That's pretty cool. Alright, that seems good. Let's commit this. Let's see, this one, adjust X position of bobber spawn and use different slack deltas. Alright. Alright, what else is on my list of things to do? We have horizontal position that has been fixed. I've shown an indicator for where the bobber lands. Reeling in animation, that's also done. Reel in before moving, that's also done. Okay, water physics and reflections. We need like actual water. I should perhaps make like an actual like background so that we're not just fishing in a void. That would be kind of nice. Imagine fishing in the void. Could not be me. Also, it is a bit abrupt though that the fishing rod just disappears. I feel like we need like a transition animation between this reeling in and going back to idle. Right, so maybe I'll work on that. Let's add that one. So we gotta go from casting to, we gotta go from this to this. New frame, actually a new empty frame. Call this one putting away rod. Is that what I call it? Fishing finished. Fishing finished. Play that once. All right, so it should go from this frame to this frame. And copy this one into here. Are these the same? Wait. Are these literally the same animation? No, they're not, because this thing is moved over by one. Okay. So we could link these two. How do I do that? Click this one. How did I do it the other time? Shift click? It's not shift click. Alt click? Alt right click? Is this it? Okay, that's it. Okay, so these cells are now linked. So we should go from here to here. So we could also link these two. We gotta adjust the arms. And also, you see, that's like this because of the arms. You can copy this arm, one of these arms. So you should, regardless of what state you're currently in, you should go back to this state. Right. And then it should go to this one. So let's see, from here, you want this arm to go. This is like the midpoint, right? It should go up to here. And then this arm should be, should move over perhaps here. When you go from this, he's doing the Fortnite floss dance. He's too strong. So this goes here, and then you have the dark color there. Then we need another frame between this one. Move this one over, you duplicate this one. You should link these two. Copy this over. Link these two. All right. Go from here. So then this arm should be, so from here to here, right? It's like there, goes over. Actually, maybe this one is fine. It's probably fine to go from here to here. But let's see, this one from here to here. here. What am I doing? What is bro even doing? We could delete this one. Does anyone even know anymore? Wait, what happened to my other arm? Did I not have another arm over here? Oh no, that was the other frame. What am I doing? We have this one. It goes there. I think we need a frame on this side. Oh wait, no, we need the frames because the fishing rod needs to despawn. I forgot. I had hidden the fishing rod. It needs to be still here. So we can copy this here. We could make this one perhaps start shrinking in size on this frame. And then on this frame, it is even more shrinked in size. Let's see, from here it is this size, and then it should be now this size. So reeling to this, to this. You should also have this. Does anyone even know? Is anyone even aware anymore? Probably not. Alright, so then the other arm though. The other arm was here. In this situation, I think it's fine if it's kept there. Now, the arm should be moved downward by 1 pixel. So it goes from here to here to here. And then we have a third frame. New empty frame. And this one is going to have the same as this one. And then you take the arms specifically from here. So this arm needs to be right here. Yes. You can simply delete this one. This one here, these ones from there. I'd say perhaps, hold on, you go from this frame to this one. So there could be a white pixel there. And then the other arm, the arm on the other side, we could actually have this color be an interior color. Right, the only reason why this thing was this color was to contrast with the fishing rod. Now that it's no longer in contact, you can totally color it a different thing. And then from this one, you can go from here. So from this one, you could have 1 pixel there. I guess it's already in the expected location, so we can just do this. Okay, and then the fishing rod though, the fishing rod specifically, is actually now very small. That perhaps it's not even, maybe it's not even necessary. Welcome, Muffin. Okay, we can decrease the length of these animations. It's 100 right now. We could set it to like maybe like 50. 50 is pretty good. And we go back and then we re-import the sprite 2D. Alright, do we need another state between reeling and idle? Finished fishing. No, we could have, we do have a match for previous state. So then we could do match prev state. State ID dot falling. Then you can do just landed, and then state ID dot reeling. And then you gotta play finished. What's it called? Fishing finished. Otherwise, idle. Alright, let's check that one. Oh, look, he does actually put the fishing rod away. Can you believe that? That's kind of fast, though. Maybe I should make it a bit slower. Maybe 70, maybe like 80. Perhaps 80 is a good value. Oh, it literally works. It's literally that easy. I could also increase the reeling speed. It feels a bit slow. But let's commit this for now. Add animation for fishing finished. Alright, reel speed. Maybe instead of 20, it's like 30? Perhaps 30? Yeah, 30 seems alright. That looks so good. Can you believe this looks so good? It's literally going. Wow. Oh, there's one other thing that I could do. The this dotted line thing, we could have it so that the dotted line actually moves. This tutorial specifically. They had it so that the line actually animates. If we take a look at it, it actually does this, or it actually it does this thing. It does this. Now I could have something like this as well. Animation looks cool. It does look pretty cool, right? Wow. It's so interactive. Smoothest fishing animation of all time. Wait, are these animations different lengths? No, never mind. It's fine. I thought some of the frames were faster than others. Whoa. It's too satisfying. I can't stop doing it. he keeps going. He keeps doing it. All right, so let's try to add this thing, scrolling speed. But let's also commit this one. Increase real speed. These could also, instead of being constants, they could be defined on the character. But whatever, it's fine. Alright, so let's add some trajectory scrolling. So we have a canvas item. Let's go to this. Let's go to trajectory line. Then in trajectory line specifically, let's see, fill gradient texture. I believe you have to go to material, new shader material, and then add a new shader. Call that trajectory line.gd shader. All right, and then we just copy this guy's code. Scroll uniform float. Scroll speed. It is a 1.0. You don't need a vertex shader, simply a fragment shader. So moving UV is uv.x times time, uv.x minus this thing. Okay, so vec2 moving UV equals vec2 uv.x time minus time times scroll speed uv.y. Color equals texture moving UV. Invalid arguments for the built-in function vec2 float. Oh, this is a minus. Yes. How does that look? I could not tell. I'm not able to tell if that was anything. Oh wait, it does move. We just need to make it faster. Animation, let's see. Shader parameters, scroll speed. Let's see, let's go to shader editor. Scroll speed, let's make that like 5. Is that too much? It's a bit slow though. You're obligated to make a big fishing game? Yeah, possibly. It's possible. Whoa, look at that, you see that? I should maybe keep it on the screen a bit longer. The fact that it just disappears immediately after casting should be not like that. I should also make it fade in. It just appears suddenly, which is a bit much. Excited to see what I make with this. We have many technologies in here, several technology. What if scroll speed was 4? Perhaps it is something. Welcome Tafit V. Wolfie stream. What? You're telling me he's streaming? Okay, we got scroll speed 4, seems fine. Oh no, it's not even 4. It's actually 5. It's actually 5, guys. It's literally 5. And 4 seems alright. Welcome, Julio Ye. Okay, so let's commit this. Format scenes. This song has lyrics. Git add scenes. Adjust trajectory line to moving texture. Alright. So I want to have it so that the trajectory line fades in and out. So how do I do that specifically? Animation player. I could add a tween. A tween will allow me to change the transparency. Okay, first of all, I think I should keep the trajectory line on screen until after the bobber is landed, right? Let's see. Let's go to player state. Go to fishing. Fishing. Bobber activate. Wait, okay, so when you're casting, player activate on animation finish, that's when you go to the reeling animation. Wait, can this play even? Oh, okay, that's a bug. So this should wait until the bobber is landed. That's what I was missing. So on animation, oh, I do even have a to-do in here for this. Let's see, so function on, what's it called, physics process, delta. So let's see, we should wait until the bobber has landed. If player dot bobber dot is on floor, then state machine finish. All right, that's what I want. Not on animation finish. Nope. He's broken it. It's actually not what you want. Physics process. Oh, because it should actually, this is where it actually gets set. Maybe I should put this one in here. So on enter, you activate, and then you do this stuff. Sticky bobber. Are you allowed to say that? I can't believe this. Okay, so if bobber is on floor, then finish. Why is it considered being on floor? Oh no, because we have to wait for the animation to finish, and then that's when the bobber is emitted. So that should, oh no, this should be on exit. What am I doing? This stuff should be on exit, not on enter. Oh wait, no, this should be on animation finish. Right? Nope. Finished with an ED at the end. Nope. What did I what was this? It's on animation finished. So why is that not playing? Clear points show. Set process to true. No. No, because this is the cast finish state, right? Hold and then cast. What am I doing? What is bro doing? This is wrong. This should be, okay, so this should not be there. I should maybe have another state for checking what, waiting for waiting for bobber to land. Is that what it is? Class waiting for bobber to land. Extend player state. Okay, so when you are waiting for the bobber to land, so this thing should actually transition to change state, casting state ID. We gotta add this as another state. We must also register this as another state. Okay, and then you go here. Waiting for bobber to land. So, okay, so on animation finished. It should go here. So ID should be waiting for bobber. And then on enter, this is when you should play the fishing animation. Actually, all of this stuff should be in here. This should be this state. Right? And then function, physics process, delta. Welcome, Zeb. So then this one should be player.bobber.is on floor. If player bobber is on floor, state machine dot change state. No, state machine dot finish. Right. And then now the fishing state doesn't really have too much going on. Alright, so this works as expected. We should not hide the trajectory line until after this thing has entered. Play her bobber, I hardly know her. No one really even knows. I think that's the problem with society, is that no one even really knows. Literally nothing. Alright, what about this one? Oh, okay. Why is this thing not being hidden? Exit? Is this the right function? Exit? Player trajectory line dot hide. Why is this not being called? Do I not? I don't actually call exit anywhere. We should deprecate society? I don't think so. Society has some benefits sometimes. Not always, but sometimes. Oh, frick. Non-existent function exit. Casting state machine exit. What are you talking about? What are they talking about? Casting state machine dot exit. Do these even need exit? I thought player state had exit defined. Or maybe it doesn't. Ref counted state machine. Non-existent function exit. Exit. But aren't they literally here? Casting state machine exit. I thought they had them. I thought exit was... Oh, it's not there. Oh, it's not on the state machine. It's on the state. How could I be such a fool? It should be current state, right? Casting state machine. Wait, what am I doing? Casting exit. No, this is the wrong thing. Sounding a little too much like socialite. Welcome Owen Aeon. What were you up to? Shout out to Owen. Just chatting. Bay Area Adventures. You're in California. Are you, is that where Anime Expo is? No, that's SoCal, right? That's Los Angeles. Hope you had a good time. In the Bay Area. I've been there. Welcome Folk, Zao Bearer. Welcome Sation was here. Welcome Owen. I was talking about my trip to San Francisco and Offkai. Oh yeah. Wait, was Offkai in San Francisco? I just realized I had no idea where it actually was. But that was cool. Hope you had a good time chatting about it. Oh, San Jose. That's like pretty close though. I've been to San Jose, I think once or twice. But it's fairly close. It's cool. Anyway, Raiders, we're making a fishing game. I've implemented some logic. I'm trying to figure out why this line is not hiding. It's actually, it should be hiding, but it's not. We've got a casting animation. We've got physics. You can reel in. Look at this slack. As you reel in the slack, it goes. It's literally going. Alright, so why is this not working? We have an exit function. And this is not being called. Is this being called? Print hello. It is not actually printing. So why is that? So when the state machine enters or exits, it goes AXS San Diego. I would have assumed that it's always in LA. Why would they change it? Has it ever been in a location other than LA? Do they often change it? Never been there. I've never been to San Diego. So I don't know. I am not a fan of SoCal. I would not really want to go back to Los Angeles. After having experienced Los Angeles traffic, I would not recommend ever going there. But you know, maybe it's cool for some people. Yeah, it's always in the LA metro area. But you know, it's fine. I'm East Coast, so this was my first time on the West Coast. It was really fun. Or are you in like one of the East Coast states that you don't need a car to go around? Because like that was my thing about going to California. You kind of need a car to go anywhere. Although no, I guess if you're in San Francisco, they do have some public transit. I don't know. I guess that's not really true of some places in East Coast even. A lot of them do require cars. Yeah, you always need a car. US without a car? Yeah, as a New Yorker, I don't even know how to drive. And I don't think I ever will. I do not see a need to drive in New York. But you might be like, but Wolfie, what about when you leave New York? What if when you move somewhere else? That's not happening. I don't think that's gonna happen. I'm gonna stay here my entire life. I will die in New York. Actually, I don't know that. I could die somewhere else. What if I travel somewhere else and then I die over there? I'm like, no, I didn't die in New York. Welcome, Exo Drifter. You can yell at people and crash, but I don't want to do that though. Why would I want to do that? Vehicular manslaughter? Man. I'm bored. Because I don't want to die? Or do you mean because I don't plan on moving from New York? Because to some people, you know, they're like, oh, you're just gonna live in the same place forever? Yes. I'm in the US and also don't have a car. See, because I don't think cars are cool. Cars are pretty cringe. Our society is built around car ownership. If you don't have a car, you know, like driver's license being like your primary ID, isn't that weird? Like I know you can get like a state ID, but like most places they assume you have a driver's license. They're like, you have ID, yeah, here's your driver's license. No. Cars, imagine driving. Do I still do Wolfie Chibis for commissions? I've never really done commissions. I've only ever done commissions for like very rare situations. But in general, no. Jokes aside, the idea of an entire country the size of the US relying entirely on cars is horrendous, right? They gotta have like public transit. There's not even like a high-speed rail. What's the deal with that? Cars can be a driving part of your identity, but I prefer to steer on the off-ramp into public transit. Yeah. A good train system is nice. ID is weirdly hard to get and maintain, but where I live you kind of need a car. That's like most places in the US. The Acela only shaves 30 minutes off NYC to DC route. Yeah, like East Coast has pretty decent public transit. At least like, I don't know, the places around New York and New Jersey. I mean, whatever. But that's life, you know. Every few months we always talk about public transit. We're always like, oh, cars, cringe. I prefer when being a car is one of those guys. What? I prefer when being a car is one of those guys that spends a lot of time tuning and fiddling with your car. I'm like trying to understand which one of those words were incorrect. Oh, a car guy, okay. It's like I love when being a car. Those are technically places I could work in. There are technically places I could work in walking distance, but those jobs are filled. What if you could work remotely? Have you considered working in a remote environment? Wouldn't that be cool? Why is this not being called? Function physics process. When am I actually calling exit on these things? Process, exit. Love being a car. I'd be a better car than a guy. Is that true? What if you were in the Cars universe? What would you think then? What's the deal with Cars? I wish I was Optimus Prime. Optimum Pride. Ew, ew. My skills are best suited for in-person work. Remote work is possible. Maybe. What if everything was remote? Also, welcome Undefined Vibe. Been working from Canada with the guy in Chicago for almost 2 years now. Yeah, my company has like a few people from Canada. A lot of people around the world. We don't even have an office in Canada. They just hire people there and they work remotely. But it seems like it would be kind of nice. I work from home with a couple trips down to the office per year. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, I think that's the case for people here too. But since I live like somewhat close to the office, I have to go in. But it's not too bad. It's just like 2 days a week. So, you know, 3 days a week I get to work from home, which is better than most places. A lot of places that have done return to office, it's like 5 days. And I don't think I could ever do that again. 5 days, simply too much. Even 3 feels like a bit much. 2 is like, it's alright. I've also made no progress on trying to figure out why this thing is not working. I miss office commutes. Not the commute, but a few times a month would be nice. Sometimes it is nice to be in the office though. Like, especially if you're working at a place that has free food. That's a good thing. You're like, yo, free food, let's go. I cannot do home office, so I have to go to the office 5 days a week. 5 days? You don't have free food? I mean, when it is there, it's nice. When it's not there, it's not nice. Alright, so why is this happening? Exit. When do we call exit? We have some snackies, but not a cafeteria. Is there at least good food options nearby though? Because there's like one of the places that I worked at for a long time, it was like in a pretty nice area. Or like everything within walking distance. There was like a lot of really good restaurants. It was quite good. Next to a mall, so it's all fast food? No. Do you like bring your own food to the office? I play piano and I'd be less proud of my performances if I had to do it online through a digital piano. Yeah, but what if like... Okay, well I could see that. I could see that being a thing. But like, what if you could play the piano, like, and then there was like a robot that mimicked all of your exact hand movements and somehow played them in the perfect speed and rhythm? I don't know. Walking distances, yes. A recording, no. It's like it plays back the actual physical move. There's like another keyboard on the other side. And then, I don't know. I have to hear the sound. No, it's like you have your own piano. It's like local. It's like local, and then transmits your movements, and then I don't know, whatever. This is a made-up scenario. Simply made up. So when does exit actually get called? This is my question to myself. We have enter, we have player state machine, sub states. State machine on finish, connect. On finished. Why is that not working? Okay, what if instead of setting it in exit, we simply set it on the init of the next one? Oh wait, but that doesn't work. Okay, what if you just did this? What if you simply just did this? Okay, but I think that perhaps while you're waiting for the bobber to land, you should simply fade out the trajectory line instead of immediately hiding it. But how do we do that? What is the best way to do that? Animation player. We're gonna make a new animation, perhaps. New. Call this one trajectory line fade. Alright, and then in this one, all you gotta do is you gotta add a keyframe. This keyframe is going to be for visibility. It's going to be for modulate. We're going to add a keyframe here. Bobber is you? I don't think so. And then it's going to fade in 0.5 seconds. Add another keyframe here. We set this to 0.5. Right, and then the modulate here, we set the value to be this. All right. And then, oh no, but then animation finished would also apply to trajectory line. But no, that's fine. We're not waiting for an animation here. Let's see, fishing line set process player.animation dot play trajectory line fade. And then there is a way to play it in reverse. If we go to here, enter, let's see. Last week I sent a piano recording I made from home to a coworker called a VTuber. Did they know though? Did they recognize the VTuber? Or were they like, what are you listening to? What is that? Who even is that? Okay, so casting. Let's see. So when you are casting, so this plays two animations. I should have, instead of on animation finished, it should listen to which animation it is. Player animation.play, play reverse, play backwards. Player dot bobber trajectory line dot show. It was Nice Aggie. I know who that is. Oh no. Wait, okay. It does not fade out. Why is it not fading out? Could not resolve track, flip node, what? Modulate, trajectory line, modulate. What was that? That looks different. I think I broke something. Why does it look like that? Oh, because the animation finished. We're playing multiple animations. I assume half my follow list is Wolfie raids. I have, in fact, raided a lot of people. That is true. On animation finished. Alright, maybe we don't need fade out. What if instead of fading out, we simply added a tween? Or maybe we just don't care. Maybe we simply just don't care. Maybe this is fine for now. Go back to animation player and then we delete trajectory line fade. Remove. It's better without fade out? Are you sure? Are you for real right now? But it feels so sudden though. It just disappears. Why did the player fall? What is that? Why is that happening? Also, I think I messed something else up. No, that's fine. Okay, reeling speed could also be a little bit faster. It is a bit slow. 100% sure. There's such a large percentage though. Alright, whatever. But what if the fade was really fast? Have you considered if the fade was really fast? Okay, what did I change here? I don't think I changed anything. Oh, wait, oh yes, waiting for a bobber to land. Let's do, format. Yes. All right. And then what? What else did I want to do? Reeling speed. What about 40? 40? Alright, 40 seems fine. Maybe 40 is good. What about 45? What if 45 was good? 45 also seems good. Maybe, what about 50? What if it was simply, what if it was 500? Whoa, what the? The sign's gone too far. Alright, what if it was 50? You know, 50 seems fun. 45 is good. I think 50 is good. 50 seems good. No, okay, maybe 45. Wait, is the reason the player's not falling immediately because I'm is because I don't actually apply physics while the player's casting? Alright, I gotta write that down. To do, apply physics when casting. Okay. Well, I guess that's it for today. Pretty good progress. We were able to add quite a bit of things here. We added holding down the cast button to cast. We've added the dotted line. We've added reeling in animation. We've added the slack when you're pulling the line. Good stuff. It looks quite good. I feel like I could increase the slack a little bit when it's this far away, because like this seems almost like a straight line. But maybe this is fine. No, it could be more. Whatever. I'll do that off stream. I guess that'll be it for today. Let's find out what day it is. Mid-air cast. Yeah, this is the new speedrun strat. Oh, what is this? Is that a whale? A humpback whale? Alright. What day is it? It's probably American Independence Day. Ooh, it's Comic Sans Day. Sans from Undertale. Jackfruit Day, Barbecue Spare Ribs Day, Caesar Salad Day, Sidewalk Egg Frying Day. Which one of these would be a good raid message? Sidewalk Egg Frying Day, Comic Sans Day, Grill Safety. That's also a good one. Grill Safety Day. I don't know. Which one do you all want to do? A lot of good ones today. Which one of these do I have the most relevant emotes for? Egg frying? I don't know if I have a relevant emote. Grill safety? I don't know. Grill safety day? I mean, with grill, it could be eating food. Sidewalk egg frying could also be food emoji. Wolf's eat emoji. But first I want to see who I want to raid. There are several people streaming software and game development. Software and game development. A bunch of people. I will send you over to what about this person? This is also Godot. Serero. I think this is the developer of Bat to the Heavens, which I think I also saw Stalker Hawker play. Hawker played this on the same day that she played Vacuous Sugar Quest. But okay, raid message though. National Grill Safety Day raid. Maybe you can post Wolf's Eat, perhaps? I don't know. Hawker has good taste. So true, so true. Anyway, that's gonna be it. I'll be back tomorrow with some Variety Saturday Gaming. Good times tomorrow. Tomorrow, July 5th. July the 5th be with you. And that's it. That's everything. I don't know. Now I have to sit here and wait. I have to wait for so many seconds for that raid to go. I can't even believe this. Literally unbelievable that I have to sit here. I don't have to sit here. I just choose to sit here. I just choose to have this awkward freaking moment where I just wait for the raid to go instead of actually sending the raid. The sleep emote looks a lot like the original Digimon sleep emote. I don't even know what that is. Tamagotchi? A sleeping emote? Maybe. Anyway, the raid's going. I will see you next time. Goodbye.